What's the deal, gang? What's up, y'all? Another night we successfully make it onto the YouTubes. Hold on, let me turn this down. Wix Don thinks you should start podcasting. I need to have a bigger name than just 22,000 subscribers on YouTube. Maybe when we get to 100,000, we'll start running. I can carry a podcast, no problem. I can sit there, and absolutely carry one. But can I get decent enough guests on there to actually, I gotta have some pull, and that would be at a little more subs. Anyway, outside of that, we're filling up. 333 people in here. Thank you for showing up and spending another evening with us, or if it's morning for you and you're on the Asian side of the world, then good morning. Konnichiwa, right? I have no idea. That's the only that's the only fucking word I know. All right. Let's get to the daily. Hold on, I want to see this weekly. How did our first week play out last week? Nice. So we got range to fill. We kind of tapped the weekly range, right? Now we're heading up. Maybe a flip by the middle of the week. But I think if we are to flip on the weekly, we're going to have to come back down, retest. That's what gold's very good at doing, right? It's very good at creating a support, very good at creating a resistance, right? And then retesting and filling the range that it made. So I think even though we found a support right now, right? So it created also a range on the smaller time frame, right? So now you have a resistance and a support. So most likely within the smaller range, you'll most likely pull up here, right? Just to fill the range again that you've made here, right? Resistance and support here, right? But on the higher time frame, you'll most likely grab orders somewhere in this area to fill the range down, because this is the higher time frame that you're gonna need to fill, right? You might even have a 4-hour candle that's just gonna look like this, right? This whole area coming up is these two green candles, and then the rest coming down. It's possible. We'll see how it plays out. It might not play out quite like this, but it's gonna have to come up and tap, I think 2038, maybe 2036 here. I want to zoom in on the hourly. I'm just doing this off the picture that we have here right now. So logically, what would have to happen, we would probably have to come up to 36, 38 area to grab orders before filling the range back down. And once we fill the range back down, the ultimate decision, I think, will lie once again at 18, whether we break this and head downward, or we establish a support in this area, right, and start our drive up. So we'll see how it plays out, because anything below 2018, it's clean. Right? Anything below here, look at this shit. The same way we came up, that's how we're gonna come down here. Right? Down to 1970. So that's us on the 4. Let's just drop down to the smaller time frames. Let's see if we can adjust. I think if we can adjust, this is the only level. for now, I think this is all that matters here. I'm really curious to see what we're mirroring here, and just we've come down from these areas before. Yeah. So you see this area as we came down before? I think this, I don't think we're mirroring this part because this one came from down here, but we are coming down here, and I think that's what happened here. So if this is what we're mirroring on the way down, then this is what happened. Then we came up to this area, right here, and now we've come down back to this area right here. What does it do? It taps across the board, which would match out. Yeah, that's where it taps before it rejects down. So let's see if we can get price to come up to 2033 and then take the rejection coming down if what happened before is any indication of what can happen now. Let's look at the hourly. Yeah, this is the rejection here. Down, and then roughly around there. If we can form a resistance and have wicks tap into this area at 2032.5, then we'll look for positions. I think that's a solid play down. But if we start coming down first right now, I think we're gonna have chances to come back up into range. Let's see. We'll see how this plays. All right, what's up, chat? How's everybody doing? Oh damn, a whole bunch of people at the Zoom door. My bad, y'all. Thank you for $1.99, Com. Miss you, Carly. He misses you, Carly. I didn't know he was tight like that. Jim's always good. Hung out with Jim and Mary. Jim and Mary, Jim and Mary. In the 305 we have an open carry. That's my Miami jingle. Can we see you stream without a shirt next?
How about no?
Calm upset his Tinder date again. What's up, Jay? Gonna have a 15 close. Okay. The previous 4-hour closed bullish. We got 45 minutes for this 4-hour to close. If this can close bearish here after breaking the previous 4-hour low. Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna need a top wick, but we can probably enter off a top wick if we get this closure at 9 p.m. for the hourly. Once the hourly closes, so we're gonna need a top wick, and I think we're gonna have a chance to fill the 4-hour range here before an ultimate decision whether to reject up or continue driving down. I would even take it off the 30, but off the 30, I wouldn't take a top wick here. I would take a top wick only after the hourly close. If we close like this on the 30 and we get a top wick, I believe the range here is to 2024. Yeah, there's a level here that we've been rejecting, but on the higher time frame, I think anything below here will have to come down quite a bit. And I see also, right, I see levels here. I see we've played on levels here in the middle, right? There's a lot of wicks, but our last drive drove down straight through it and straight up. We've driven through here so many times, we've cleaned out all the orders or whatever orders that were here. Next time we come down through there, it should be a clean drive. Clean drive on the higher time frame. You'll bounce around on the 1 and the 30, obviously. Gotta be careful here because, right, this could be the bottom wick here to reject and continue up on the 4-hour. With the previous 4-hour closing bullish there, at any moment we could end up looking like this. I would like to avoid that for now. Spreads around 1.4, 1.6. What a long day it's been. Historically, what's been your best performing month? July and November. Although honestly, we killed December this year. Like last year, I think, actually, no, November. November was my biggest month last year, yeah. I had 40 something percent, over 40% in November. December was great, but it wasn't 40%. We had a great end to the month, but in November I had a lot of runners. There was like, I think there was like 3 or 4 weekends in a row where the private session had runners. You ever gonna complete a funded challenge in a video? Maybe. Maybe. Actually, I have one of like of every trade that I took, but it's not edited. And yeah, I've taken 2, I've passed 1, and I failed 1. Well, in the opposite order. Failed 1, passed. I didn't understand the first time. I didn't understand the whole fucking daily drawdown. I was like, really? And then I was like, all right, well, let's figure this out. Just drop risk, and I passed it in 8 days. And then I got a payout in 6 days. Yeah, I remember every agent was like 50 pips plus on the private session, yeah. I failed alpha and I passed FTMO. Drawdown time. I know. It was the first thing I didn't really understand how it worked. I was like, all right, so we can't finish the day below. I'm good. I'm gonna risk 10%. You know, I'm good. Next thing I know, and I was up on the account. It wasn't even 5% in the account. I think I was up like 3-4%, and then, but the daily, because you can't be in drawdown on a daily more than 5%. When was my first day on stream? About 1.5 years ago. Words of wisdom? No, there's a words of wisdom, words of wisdom. Now there's going to be a words of wisdom. No podcast. No podcast. Yeah, there's more people showing up to the door over here in the Zoom. Sorry, I'm neglecting y'all. Let me focus. Let's wait for this 30 close here. What's the difference between here? It's like little no man's land right here. Right? Between 26 and 24. There's 20 pips in here of clean range. But I think this is going to be where either a bottom wick forms. You're going to get a strong push down without any top wick. Well, basically, yeah, bottom wick forms. Strong push down without a top wick, bottom wick forming. Why does it need to pull back to 38? Well, I showed you, because if we look back historically, price-wise, that's where price was driving. I'm sorry, 30, yeah. 30, hold on. $33. We've tapped 38. we need to tap 33 here before we come down, because I'm looking at us mirroring, right, what's happened previously. This, or and this, and then the drive down. So all of this has happened already except tapping this area and then the drive down, right? So I think we're going to tap at least 33, but I also believe 38 we already tapped here, but I also believe if we start getting closures above here, right, looking like this, we can't take anything off the rip. We're going to need a pretty steep bottom wick, and if that happens and then we flip, that's what we'll take. Because at that point, at 2033, I'll expect it to really come back down. But up to 2033, if we start rejecting here and coming up bullish, we can take trades up to 33, right? We're a good 50 pips away. There's range as long as we set up properly. My ideal scenario for buys, to see if we can come down here and tap 2024 or below it, and then close back up above 2026 645, right? We always say how we create a range. We need to break out, grab orders in order to drive the opposite way. Right now, we've created a range. My understanding is from the volume we have right now, momentum, if we're going to end up doing this, it's going to have to come from here. Okay, so it's not going to look like this, but we're going to have to come down here and tap these areas to come up, right? We've tried here a couple of times, and as far as we could get was this. So now if we come down here, grab orders here, and then close back up in range for a fake out, we'll fill the range back up, and hopefully it continues up here before making another decision, right? And that's how I would see it playing out. But this is too far. This is predicting. This is way too far, right? This is one out of a trillion things that can happen. The whole point is we're expecting either a rejection or a drive down here first, outside of this range, outside of this nonsense. Once we break outside of that, I can see that we have volume, and if I have an indication of volume, we can start looking for direction, whether it's going to continue down, right? Reject and do this, or it's going to close back up in range, and then we can look for this. But it's like we're playing the range again. It's the range game. Welcome to the range game, everybody. It's not even the Asian session anymore. It's the range game. We need wait, give me my annotations. Where's my annotations? Oh. Yeah, it's a game show, the range game. How do we break out? But we're gonna need this to close. Close somewhere outside this range and either drive back or continue. Hey, first time viewer and trader, got lost after the 9 square, mind explaining? Oh yeah, so here's the thing. If you see, oh, whoops. Well, honestly, that explanation lost its appeal after I delayed it over there. I got messed up with the buttons. Hold on, we got a 30 close here. So we got a nice top wick. We got some range to head down. The hourly though doesn't have a top wick, could flip at any moment. But if we can come up and retest those highs on the hourly, which would mean we'd need to basically retest the previous 30 highs. If we can do that, I'll look for the flip. Outside of that, I'm gonna wait for this candle to close. I want to be confident that this is not the hourly bullish flip, and in that case, we want the 30 to come up and grab orders for the previous hourly, right? which would make it look like this. The hourly will flip if it does this. Now the hourly will flip bullish, and then if it comes back down, the 30 flips, fills the wick. We can take the flip here. Until it comes up and creates that steep wick, I can't take it because I'll still consider this as having a chance to drive up and flip the hourly bullish. But if it already does that and then comes back down, it has no business to flip bullish once again on the hourly. It should just fill the wick down and fill the range down. Another thing that could happen here, we might print a weak bullish 5 or a 15 and then come down. So let's pay attention how the 5s, 15 close. Can you let me in? Gotcha. Wick squareology? No, it's just the squares is not what I'm looking for. Square, I'm just pointing out areas, and you have to really be in tune with our terminology and and the way we trade and the nuances of our trading to follow me, actually, to understand. Otherwise, it's like a whole different language too. So it's not about the squares. It's about you just chilling out and paying attention for the next month or two. Because you don't want to just be like, ah, fuck that, and come back here in like 2-3 months or half a year and be like, well, where do I start? Man, if you started today, 2-3 months from now, you're going to be way further ahead. You know what I mean? Hello, I'm from New Jersey. Sorry to hear that. I'm new on your channel. Love the vibe. Okay. What up, Jay? The guy's from fucking chemistry lab, capital of the world. $648 beautiful people. They're fucking gorgeous. You're all glamorous today. Okay, okay. All right, I think we're getting our wick. Let's see if we can get the break of the hourly. Will the hourly flip bullish and drive up, or will the 30 create a top wick and drive down? Uh-oh. Hold on, chat. Wix 12 is here. Yeah, chat. I'm not gonna take a position here unless the hourly flips bullish. If this is not enough of a top wick for me, I don't want, like, this can drive, and I'll accept, you know, a position on the next hourly, because the hourly can close still bearish, you know, weak bearish, and the next hourly can give you that top wick. But I believe we're gonna have to come up higher in order to fill the range further down. Although it's not a bad range, right? This is where it's rejected before, down, up. Yeah, but you're selling, right? You're selling right into this little support. 3 pips. Yeah, it's, if it breaks the hourly high and then flips bearish, on this 30, I would be okay with it. Pre-recorded? No, this is post-recorded. We record this after this plays. First we do the stream and then we press record. Yeah. This will be out in your local Blockbuster in 1994. Nope, not gonna press it. Showing your age. Oh, I'm way older than 1994. Shit, you know the things I was doing in 1994? 1994. Reminds me of that guy. Look, where is I? 1990, 1999. Yo, he's so funny. In Antarctica. Oh man. Hey Wix, why was the wick down on the hourly not a valid buy if it had no top wick? Can't we expect it to make one? Well, the previous hourly closed bearish, right? And respect the resistance. Can you expect it? I don't know. I'm expecting if the previous hourly closed bearish, I'm not expecting to take a buy unless that hourly closes bullish, unless we get a nice bullish 15 or 30 closure. But like every time frame here is telling me different things. The 4-hour looks like a bottom wick to flip, right? So does the hourly. Oh, so does the 2-hour. The hourly, it held resistance here. The 30's bearish. The 15 closed bullish at support. I don't know. We're within this range and we've retested. Like a lot of the times you'll see us, if we enter the range into the first time, right, and create a resistance, we'll come down and retest this. So this will happen. But after this, if we keep bouncing up and down, like I don't take those trades. Maybe the first 2 bounces I'll take for a resistance and a retest I'll take. But once we're bouncing in this range, it's gonna have to be a strong move. I just don't expect that to be the bottom wick. It can be, but it's not my expectation. My expectation here is not to have an expectation, but let it actually close and print and see what the candle closes like. But for now, we're back in range. And yeah, the previous 4-hour closed bullish, but I'm expecting to break the previous 4-hour before an eventual drive up. So I'm not confident that this is a drive, you know, a drive up right now. If the hourly flips here and closes bullish above the range, yeah, maybe we'll have some buys. But for now, this could be a top wick for the 30 to come back down. Remember I said I want to break the hourly highs? This is damn near there. If we break the lows here, I'll have a sell stop on the break of the lows of this 30. If it starts coming down, whenever it starts coming down, that's going to be 15 pips from now. If we start coming down within the next, it's got to be within the next 5 minutes, because then we're entering into the last 15 of the 4-hour, at which point I would rather watch the 4-hour play out. But we're still in a range. We're still printing side by side. Lost a good amount chasing those range. There's nothing to chase. It's just you realize that at some point, like, you're behind, right? Over here, you'd probably be behind whatever breakdown you have. Like, it's, you know, just as important to know when to attack, just to know when to step away, just like it's important to know when to attack. In this case, we kind of got to step back here. first two touches, but the creation of the range, if you're entering into a new range, is good. And I think the retest, the refill of the range, which typically on the higher time frame is your wick fill. But after that, if it continues ranging, you're kind of in no man's land until it gives you more volume. You can play the ranges. There's plenty of people that are profitable playing the ranges, but we can do that too, right? We'll drop down on the 30, on the 15, but like there's nothing to take here on the 30, on the 15. I mean, in our time, maybe before over here, right? But right now, there's not much. The hourly's flipped. The 4 hours driving here. This is going to be interesting where the 4 hour closes. There's that 30 coming back down. What you gonna do here? Knicks up 22 at the half. Are they playing at home? Because then that would explain everything, right? I mean, Dolan them bought the referees and shit. Oh, Ja's out for the season. Say it ain't so. They thought they was gonna make the playoffs when he comes back. He said, "Sight." No positions at the moment, chat. At the moment, you'll see it printed on the screen. You'll see it. If I'm in a position, I'll announce it. We'll have a little discussion about it. You guys will question the shit out of it, and you'll see it print on the screen. I'll post a little thing. A little green and red boxes. You believe Ja did the right thing by threatening and allegedly beating that 17-year-old up? I didn't hear nothing about that. I don't know what you're talking about. Where's our markups? What happened? Your boy Green was sick. Yeah, you missed a few sessions, dog. Where's the doctor's note? You gonna drop off the doctor's note? I know you kids nowadays. I need that bitch notarized. You better notarize that. He gonna come home and talk about. To anyone this may concern, to whom it may concern. Just type that bitch up. This first break outside this range. Don't get sucked into it. Wait for your confirmations. I mean, unless that's your confirmation. But the first break outside this range is our indication of volume. So if this candle is able to close outside, right? Outside this range that we made here, so above 2031.25, if it's able to, or 2031.3, if it's able to do that, that's our first indication of volume. That means market has volume, right? Because if it didn't have volume, we wouldn't fucking close outside the range. Now, once we close outside it, actually, I think the level is more like right here, right? Once you close outside it, you need a steep bottom wick to retest the range, retest coming back down in range, because, and then drive out of it. Because initially when you come out of these ranges, I know I gotta flip the tape, but when you drive out of these ranges, a lot of times it's just orders being grabbed to drive the other way. Unless this was the orders grabbed here, but then we'll see the market stay above 31.8. You're looking for buys based off the. I'm waiting for the market to, or for the candles to close here. Patiently waiting on the candles to close on. Ten minutes for us to do something. I like both these levels. It just depends on how we close and where we pull back from. So right now, this is nice. The hourly's flipped, the 4 hours flipped. We're driving up. And we're gonna wait for this 4 hour to close and see what we can establish. The steeper, the higher closes, the better off for us, right? Because it's more convincing to me that we're gonna come up higher. Daily bottom wick. We have a daily bottom wick. Just figured it would be steeper. A lot of time here. Appreciate everything you do. Appreciate you showing up here. I'll drop a like. What up, Jacob? The zombie walk where you get the small candles and just keep going? You mean the trickle up or the trickle down? Typically, when you get the trickle up, you'll drive down. And when you get the trickle down, you can drive up. Right? Quite often, if this is... Oh, whoops. Quite often, if this is what you're getting... Right? A lot of the time, that's followed by a... Right? So let's see. Might happen here. Be patient. Shouldn't we take a sell? I mean, you could win here taking a sell and a buy. It just depends where are you going to execute, right? I'm not bullish. I'm not bearish overall. I am just looking to execute based on what the market prints. Singapore in the house. This shit's clogged again. So much better. $31.82 be a better level? No, I'm looking at the 33 level here, especially off the hourly. Right? Where is it? Right, this is where I was looking at. I'm sorry, a bit higher right here. 33.65. Ultimately, I want to be above there. But I believe we have a range between here and there. So if this is the closure, we're going to look for a bottom wick and then a drive up. Double click it to prime it. Shit, I'll bring out a lighter and we'll go full send here. Let it retest previous range. Yeah, I want to see that we're gonna stay above it and not just continue to drive down. 5 minutes, 4 minutes. Trust me. Oh, that's such a common comment over the last few years. Damn, Jacob, how did they let you sneak that into your cell? We got a window in his cell and everything. That's cool. You know what you need? You need a mirror. Or a painting. You know what I mean? Like, look, you got... I know, but like everything's on one side of the wall. Like, the window, the picture of the world, the stand. You gotta put something on the other side. Get a my size Hasbullah statue over there. Just put him in the corner next to the fridge. Every time you want to eat, it's like, what's up, Hasbullah? It's pretty dope. Ambient gold, you fast. It's true. Chat don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Chat, see, Jacob has everything on one side. And this wall is empty. He needs some shit over there. You know what? Fuck it. Get a window. Make it a window. Make it a door. Chat, I gotta stop fucking around with the Zoom videos or like everyone that's on cam because last time it timed out my YouTube or crashed my YouTube. This was solid. Right, but then like if you close here, what do you have? You have 10 pips to a massive rejection level, right? So I really want to be above here, regardless. Let's see. There's so much play in this area, so. There's no clean traffic, no exact clean traffic to the left. But we held a strong support for now, so let's see. Are you founded? Yep. EST 1985. XAU 83, I just said 85. You think it's gonna play around because of CPI? I mean, fine, but CPI is like more than 24 hours from now. That's like, it's in 2 days. It's Tuesday evening. CPI is on Thursday. $85 AD? Fuck y'all. That's some bullshit. Alright, we closed over here. The 4 hours closed bullish. Let's see. Let's see what kind of bottom wick we can get. Let's see if this is a bottom wick or a top wick to come back down in range. Yeah, to around 2030. Steeper the wick, the better. Closed above this 4 hour area, below this one. I want to retest these areas. I want to come back down to 2030s. because if we come down below here and reject and start coming back up, I'll understand that we held support. But if we come down and we don't reject and we stay below here, right? If we come down, we stay below here, and then we try to come up, we stay below here, right? Tries to come up, we can stay below there. I don't know why I did that. It should be like this. Then we're looking for sells, break the highs, come back down, but we can't do that. We have a really bullish 4 hour. We closed above the range on the hourly. We just need to retest this area, and then we'll look for buys up. Yeah, if it drives like this, I'm not in positions here. I will not be in positions unless we get a really steep top wick or a wick back into the previous range here. Right. 30.3 would be a good area for a bottom wick, and then we can have buy stops on the flip. You a cottage cheese guy? Yeah, I like cottage cheese. Jules, what's the deal? Welcome. It's good protein. I like cottage cheese with, it's, you know, it's good. I think after the gym with like I eat it with a lot of fruits, like with a lot of blueberries and raspberries, and it's good like nighttime, like before bed. If I'm hungry, I'll eat that. Although it's not recommend, like milk products are not highly recommended before bed because right, they're inflammatories, right? So it'll give you issues with breathing when you sleep. But it's good because it's the type of protein that I think that stays in your body throughout the night as you're like right, because typical protein, right, it exits your body fairly quickly. That's why people get casein protein. They take it before bed because that protein takes a while for your body to burn. So now your body's burning protein while you sleep. So you take casein protein for bed. Yeah, slow digesting protein. Follow me for more protein advice, chat. By the way, go follow the IG. Need to break the 10K mark. I'm not even at 10K on IG. That's wild. follow Farzo too. Yeah. Not gonna go too far with Farzo. Unless he's got his meds with him. Then you go pretty Farzo. Go Farzo with Farzo. Wix, you got a course I could borrow? I got these cheeseburgers, man. Ziggy's out. Yeah, Ziggy's been killing it lately. Different level. You'd expect a 4-hour to make a steeper top wick than this if it's going to come down. And if it's going to come up even further, then let it come up. Let's just see if we can set up for entry. Sardine is a good protein source. I don't know. Joe Rogan likes that shit. He was talking about it. I forgot who it was. I think it was whether the Elon Musk podcast or David Blaine. One of them. He was talking about how he loves sardines. That's what he does. He gets the munchies. He eats sardines. Stefan. First time here, love the vibes. Appreciate you showing up. Drop a like, sub to the channel, turn on notifications. This way you know when we're on. And if you need my help, hey Siri, let me know when Wix 9 is. Oh no, I fucked that one up. Fuck. Don't listen to me, Siri. That's the first time I fucked that up in about 18 months. It was supposed to be, hey Siri, set a reminder that Wix 9 streams at 8 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. Fucked it up. Proteins from fruits or seeds are the best type. Seeds or nuts. You don't like the current candle on the 5 flip? No. Can't flip now, right? The 5 closed. But no bottom wick on the 5. We've tapped. Where do we tap? 20, 30. I wanted .3, right? So I want it somewhere here. No, I want a steeper bottom wick. Like I said, if it comes up, great. It'll drive up, fill the range, and we'll have plenty of room to either react or see it reject here. But it touched the most recent though, right? So it makes sense. But I'd want it to break into this range. I want to make sure that we're not gonna come back down, that we don't just flip. We already have a top wick here. It gets a little more difficult, right? Maybe I would take that small bottom wick if we had no top wick at all, but we've kind of done this first. And I also have in mind, I'm always keeping in mind the fact that we ranged pretty hard. And when you do that, you'll typically break out and then come back in range and fill the range the other way. Right, so I think this might be the breakout, and then yeah, we'll come up, grab orders, but then we'd rather take the trade to fill the range down instead of taking the trade for these 12 pips, 13 pips, when we can have 50 or 60. It depends. A lot will depend on how we print here. If we set up, like, I need certain things to happen for me to be in a trade. And first thing that needs to happen, we need to get down to 2030.3. That doesn't happen, I'm skipping whatever happened. I'm going to base my analysis on the next closure, right? Next 15 and next 30. The 15 is going to close in 2 minutes here. If it's able to close bearish but stay above 31, that's going to go into my consideration. Maybe it's holding support. That's why it's, you know, it's staying above it. And then we can probably look for a bottom wick on the next candle, a drive up, the break of the previous 15, and then that's, you know, that'll be our trade to come up. But things need to happen. There's a workflow of things, right? And our position, our entry is like step 4 in the workflow, step 5. Kakwe, I'm not unwell. How about you? Would you recommend backtesting? No. I was waiting for the why. There's more to that question. Why no backtesting? Because you don't have skin in the game. You learn nothing with no skin in the game, right? Can't be a partner with somebody that invested nothing into the idea, right? Because there's no motivation, there's no skin in the game to keep you accountable and make you wanting to improve shit, right? So that's how it works here. So you want a live test or forward test, right? No back testing, just forward testing. Exactly. But no, there's nothing in demo. Trade live, drop to the lowest possible. There's nothing preventing you from trading 0.01 and losing, you know, 50 cents, 80 cents, $1.20, like, is, you know, and winning 80 cents. There's nothing preventing you from that, but you have skin in the game. Money's attached to it, real money. And that's as close as you're going to get to simulating the real markets. Be in the real markets with minimum risk. Would you recommend going live right away? I mean, what do you mean right away? I would recommend learning what the fuck you're doing first, but then once you've got the basics down, yeah. Trade off a live account with the lowest possible risk. Don't come here, I deposited $1,000 and 3 days later it was blown and you told me to trade real account. Dude, there's no way you blow $1,000 at 0.01. Trading, and if you blow that in 3 days, but if you blow it in 3 days at 0.01, you should not be trading. This is gonna be the first test. How much funded account? I don't have a funded account. Angle trade's a good one. No clue. What's up from Melbourne? Hey, Spider Kangaroo Land. W. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Or are you in like Melbourne, Florida? It's like 3 hours north of me. Alright, flip ski's coming. But is it the flip or is it the top wick for the 15 to come back down? We held support, so I don't know. Might drive. I ain't in it. You trade your own capital? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, Melbourne, Florida? It's a nice place. Little quiet, but it's nice. Mongolia, baby. Yeah. Never see that in a rap video. Mongolia. Appreciate you coming through. I feel like Wix would enjoy Gold Coast Australia. I probably would. Can I get dual citizenship? It's a long ass flight too. Damn. Is it true Kobe coming? I have no idea. Wix, we got a tornado watch. I'm on watch. I'm watching. Not yet. You from Australia? No. I just like kangaroos. Ooh, the hourly rebroke, huh? 30 rebroke, 15. So if this 5 can close bullish and we get a bottom wick on the next 5, I'll take it. Otherwise, it's see you later. Or sayonara. Oh, look, I know another word. Nice. UFO watch too? Yeah. Yo, you guys seen that video today? It's pretty wild. Did you guys see the video drop today? I seen that on the news somewhere. The jellyfish UFO. Dun dun dun. Five closing here. Can we get a bottom wick on this 5? Because we held support here. Get a top wick on the current one, bottom wick on the next one, and we'll be in positions. I'm not in here. 15 closed bearish. Nope. Normal day in Florida. I know it was probably a Florida man attached to some balloons. What are your thoughts on trading bots? I've never seen one that doesn't eventually blow your account. I'm just saying. I mean, speaking from personal experience, right? That's just my thoughts. You asked for my thoughts. Looks like it's driving, huh? Push and peek. Can we come back down in range? They say Florida man, they talking about you. Could be. God, I'm annoyed. I just okay. Maybe another 10 pips for that bottom wick would be great. It's our volume song. So this song will typically drive price. Yeah, this came from the trading floor, from the stock exchange, the song. This is what they use. The secret weapon. Why do you think, I'm sorry, this is not stock exchange, the mercantile, why do you think Comics Open drives? They got this playing. We're live 8 p.m. Eastern every single weekday, and on Sundays we do a private session for Wix's table. Okay. It's a filthy close on a 5. That's a good opening. Let's see if we can tap. It's 2031.5. Let's come down and then flip. I'll take this flip. There's enough range here. 12, 13 pips. But we'd need a steep wick, otherwise this could be a rejection, come back down. Guess who's back? Rishi's back. Comics is Chicago Mercantile Exchange, which opens at 8:20 a.m. Eastern. Can this drive up already or what? There we go. Will it be better? The way we're closing right now, it'd be better if this 30 gave us a bottom wick to fill the range up. Ideally, it breaks the previous 15 low, and then I can take a flip, or if it does that and the hourly then closes back below in range, we have a fake out, and then we'll look for sells a candle or two from now, or three. Hello from Brazil. What up, Brazil? Love your butt lifts. You guys are doing a great job. Keep up the good work. What, you guys don't agree with me? I'm sure you guys agree with me. Yeah, hourly's flip bearish. I want to know why my orders are being rejected. Go to journal in your in your MT5, right? In the journal tab, it'll give you a reason. Alright, so the hourly's flip bearish here. Nice. Use divergence? No. RSI? No. So depending on how bearish this closes and how the next candle opens up will determine what we do here. Because if the 30 right now breaks the previous 30 low off the beginning of the candle, I'll have a buy stop. If we break the highs, oh, you see it didn't close bearish enough, so we kind of held here. I can't take sells here until we're gonna have to wait the hourly here if it is sells. Unless it taps 33, it does this all on this 30-minute candle, right? Taps 33 and then flips bearish, then I'm taking sells. Normal hours for volume, Asian session, 8 to 10. But it depends on the market cycle too, right? Like sometimes, like lately, in like the first week or the last couple of weeks, he missed the dunk. Duke guy. The first couple of weeks, volume's been showing up later, like after we're done here, maybe 11 midnight. I've had a couple of positions after stream, but that's just Grant Hilled it. Be wary of this flipping here. Yeah, it can drive down, but the thing is that bearish 30, it closed above the range, so we can, you know, make a bottom wick and then finish the drive up for all we know. So wait for this to actually close below. or back in range, and that I think would be somewhere here, 2038, 2030.8. It's a nice rejection, but it's still closed bullish. See that 15 with no bottom wick, so you're forced to wait. 30-minute time frame, we have two seller plays at once. One wants to go down, one wants to go up. You have resist 31.3. We stayed above. If different time frames are telling you different things, wait for them to line up. Keep in mind, the 4 hour is bullish. Is this enough to really flip the 4 hour, make it continue drive? I don't know, because we just tried to come down, and now we're back. You know, we're back at doji status. No fumble here, no. Oh, never. What's that? Some people got that type 2. They still got that type 2 FOMO. Time to spark up. Hold on a second, chat. I went to see if my kids were already passed out. Yeah, they're all in bed. Just wanted to say goodnight. They were up. They were staying up, making like doing arts and crafts. They're making birthday cards for my dad. It's my father's birthday tomorrow, so it's exciting times. Which reminds me, tomorrow's his birthday, so I'll try to. We'll most likely have a stream. I don't know how long it will be. Last year, if you guys remember my dad's birthday, or whoever was here, I showed up at 8 and we got like 20 or 30 or 40 pip win. I don't remember what it was. We got a nice win. It wasn't like 10 pips. I think it was 20 something. And then I dipped. It was like the shortest stream of the year. I was on for 40 minutes. I showed up at 8. We got a W, and at 8:45 I was like, I'm going back to my pop's birthday. I drove home from his crib. We got the trade in, and then I drove right back to his crib after the trade. You guys remember that day? Yeah. That was a year ago tomorrow. That's the original Wix. This is Wix 1. State you live in? Live in Florida. Huda remix. Or yeah, it went quick. Feel like that was yesterday. Yeah, it does feel like it was just yesterday. Time be flying for no reason. What are we doing? We're waiting for a higher time frame closure. In this case, probably 30, because there's some nonsense going on here at the moment. When I say that, I mean there's charts aren't making sense at the moment. If we get a bearish closure below 2030.8, we can look for sells. Could be a range 2 breakout on the 15. Well, then we'll see the 15 continue holding this support. And no, I wouldn't count. If you're still trading the old strategy, I would look at this as us breaking back into range 1. Time smoke while we wait. For you, maybe. I'm waiting on the candles to close below 2030. And then a top wick if it's the 30. Because the time frame before it, the time frame above it closed bullish, so I'd want a top wick. What would you tell yourself a year ago now after the past year of trading? Go get a dual citizenship outside the US, you fool. Be trading on Blueberry right now. Code of Belize. No, I'm talking about. I could have started that citizenship process like a while back. What's so great about Blueberry? Shit, any broker. I can mention a few good ones outside the US that I've had the privilege to use. But I won't do it until they pay me. How come US brokers don't allow gold trading? It's you gotta read Dodd-Frank. It all has to do with the 08, 09 recession that we had, and the US government put a lot of rules in place for on retail traders. I don't want to butcher exactly what happened here, so just go read up on it, but I know it's part of the Dodd-Frank Act. $15 closed right at it, right? But below the 15 level. Yeah, I want to close below here regardless. 5, 15, 30, whatever time frame it is, I want it below there. Watching a Duke game and it's fucking 20-point blowout in the first half. It's not even interesting. It's whack. Ain't shit on TV. Like, I'd rather watch replays of Seinfeld than half this shit. Somebody like, Seinfeld ain't bad. What are we doing here? Alright, we got that steep bottom wick here. Maybe the 15 and the 30 close bullish. And then we can wait, get a bottom wick and continue up to 2033. Let's see. See, we got a level across here as well. Alright. And it stayed above there. It closed bearish, but it stayed above there. That's why I didn't want the top wick for sells, because we respected support. We made a bottom wick. If the hourly can flip bullish and the 30, oh, the hourly's already, I think, flip bullish here. No, almost. But if the 30 and the 15 close bullish and we get a bottom wick and then a flip, the hourly will flip bullish as well, and then I think we're off to the top of the range. But that's another 10-12 minutes away. Okay, for my slumber to say Seinfeld ain't that bad. Yeah, I like Seinfeld. I like Seinfeld. That was like, that's my, honestly, like if I was to choose a sitcom, Seinfeld was it. Like, I liked the intelligent humor. High quality satire, for sure. Mad TV better than Saturday Night Live. 100%. Don't at me. Mad TV definitely better than Saturday Night Live. Five close bullish, no wick coming up. Might just drive for the range. I don't know. I don't know. Although it does make good sense. Knicks win. The Yankees win. I was there for that. Yeah, but the Knicks can't do like, they're not a contender. SNL had better performers, yeah, but Mad TV did it better. Individually, maybe the talent, the names were bigger, but as a whole, Mad TV was much funnier.
The smoke got me. I got bronchitis.
Yo, Wick X, can you read us a bedtime story? What, like a horror story like I do with my kids? What are we doing? Drama or horror? What kind of story are we reading here? Horror? Scary story? Alright. Alright, chat. Once upon a time, there was a candle that opened with no bottom wick. I know, and that's not even the scary part. The scary part is it closed with no top wick either. That'd be a wild story. Scaring you? No, this is based on a true story, chat. This actually happened before. It's happened before. It's even scarier when it's based on a true story. Yeah, follow me, chat, for more scary bedtime stories. And an occasional prayer. Say, can't sleep now. Damn it. Scandal did a little bit of everything and went nowhere. What you gonna do? Chat, it gets scarier. It gets even scary. I didn't even want to tell you though the scariest part of that story. You guys want me to tell you the scariest part? You want me to tell you the scariest part? I'm gonna whisper it. It was a monthly candle. I'm done. I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight, chat. Poppy, no. Calling my therapist. Oh shit, you guys are funny. I need to calm down. She scared me. I'm the one telling it. This is really horrible, Wix. Good job. What can I do? Were you the ghost that was typing on downstream? No. Oh, they beat the Blazers. The no Dame time late Blazers. That's easy. The FOREX Horror Story Podcast. Ooh, it's not bad. It's not good either. Ideally, we close bullish on this candle on the hourly. Actually, I wouldn't mind Doji either. Doji bullish. I'd want it to close bullish because then the 30 would close above the most recent 30. My therapist now needs therapy. That's funny. Okay. 90 seconds, 80 seconds here. Let's see how this hourly closes. What I will say though right now, if we open up with a bottom wick, and this is how we close, I'll take the buy off the bottom wick if we can get to 2031.27. But we need to close where we are right now, or higher. If it doesn't, yeah, if the hourly closes any kind of bearish, I'll probably call it a session. 20 seconds here. Because a bearish closure here on the hourly means the 30 resistance is being respected. Okay. All right, we closed above. Let's see this a little bit more. Yeah, might just drive here, huh? The idea here, chat, is I want to be break even on the flip, and I want that also to reject off the most recent here. Alright. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a buy right here. Buy right here. TP stops now. Stay below here. And the goal is to be break even here on the flip, because I believe we're going to have to come up and grab some top wicks if we are to come down. Doesn't mean you can't see more drawdown, right? You can still come down, make a steeper bottom wick, but I believe this is the nearest place that it had to reject off of. Previous is 11, so we'll see. And it's not that you just want to be ideally you're break even on the flip, but the most recent rejection or the most recent range is here, so I feel like it could reject off these wicks. If it doesn't and it breaks the previous low, and it stays below there, then I'll wait for a top wick on the next candle, obviously, to come up and break these highs. But I believe we need to break the highs in order to grab top wicks here before any kind of drive down. Closed above everything here. And the hourly flipped and closed bullish the last second. So we'll see. Late entry, right? But I mean late entry in terms of our session, right? But we've also discussed how the volume's been showing up a bit later. It's been setting up a bit later, so we'll see. Minus 31.58. Minus 31.48. Similar. But understand, we can definitely come down here for steeper wicks, and if we're, like I said, if we're in the wrong direction, we're going to need to see these highs broken at some point. And obviously I'm not looking to hit these stops 2016. That's the most logical area. So depending on how it prints, but I think if there's closures below 2026, then you're better off than looking for sells to get down there, because it's clean range to come down there. But before any of that happens, we're going to need to come up and tap 2033 areas. My stops are here right now, but I'm not looking for my stops at 2016 to get hit. You're gonna buy? Yes, I'm gonna buy. Tea's good. Actually, no, I want some tea. Yeah, I wouldn't mind some tea. I'm a tea fan. I think more tea than coffee. We're old enough to appreciate tea more than every other drink. True. I think, you know, when I was a kid, I used to really like tea, actually. I appreciated tea a lot. My parents used to drink a lot of tea. I think it's like an Eastern European thing. Or maybe not. Like, Americans, maybe it's just everywhere, but not American. Americans aren't, like, that big on tea. It's more of a coffee culture. Yerba. Someone used to tell me that. Yerba. I think it's we got that in like a soda, right? Something like that. Ooh, the 5 coming down. Is that our tape? That's our tape. Tape flip. Now we need the candle to flip. Yeah, our last trade was a 9-pip loss. We haven't had 2 in a row. A year. February. Yeah, no games on TV. Yeah, chat. Even like I said, even with the drive down here, I would expect us to come up and grab order. Every candle that comes down in range and actually stays below eventually comes up and grab orders at our entry or a little bit above our entry for the eventual drive down. So if that's going to happen, I would expect this hourly or the next hourly to come up and grab those orders. Yeah, 33. We tend to drive here from 33. 33.2, 33.6 across the board. If everyone knows the patience is the key to success in trading, while a lot of people panic. Drawdown, I mean, over risking, it brings out emotions out of people. Like if you have too much more on the table than you're willing to actually let go of, it brings out irrational thoughts. I can understand that. Especially we've also set a pretty high standard over the last few years in general, right? So when people show up here to this stream or downstream or anywhere on Devious' stream, it's just an expectation. Oh, there's always an expectation of, all right, we're gonna make some money tonight, and typically do, right? 80% of the time we do. So that's why a lot of people panic. It's the expectations plus, you know, the risk, the taking on of more risk than you're comfortable with. Yeah, but then why would the 30 hold the support and close bullish above the hourly? The last minute close bullish above. No top wick on the current candle, right? We broke the previous hourly low to grab orders. Like, it's just typically the setups that you want. The higher win rate with devious growth brings in gamblers who up their lot sizes expecting a win. Yeah, but then there's also the people that max out their margin, right? Every trade, so they'll get 10 wins in a row and great, they'll grow their account, and then there's continue the process of maxing out their margin, and just one loss takes it all away, right? Keep risk in check. Buy the ting. We did buy the ting. What's the reason for a buy? I just explained it. We've closed above on every time frame, from the 15 to the 30 to the 1. We respected 2030.8 or .5 as a support a few times. On the dot, it actually closed there a few times. 1, 2, 3. So that's the reason. And then we also opened up with a bottom wick initially after everything else closed bullish, and the previous 4-hour was bullish, and our daily bias, the overall daily, was bullish. So the idea is we're gonna have to break these highs if we are to drive down at some point. When? I don't know, but at some point, that's what would need to happen. What's the stops? 140. Target would be this wick. That's the full target, right? Wick to wick. MB in gold. I think that's the third time he typed that. The hell. Can't clear my throat. Let me clear my throat. Yeah, from the break of the previous hourly to our entries, 10 pips. That would have been better. Two sells from the top of the GJ range. Oh, I don't know about GJ. Two more months. I'm gonna be 1 year sober of any other pair. True. We're already 1 year sober. And as you mentioned earlier, any swing trades coming soon. The way it's set up, I don't think we're setting up this month for a swing trade. I think in the next couple of months. I think we're a monthly candle or two away from setting up for swings. We discussed it yesterday. Need a flip here. This needs to come up. Looks better on the hourly. grab liquidity for the flip. Well, that's the idea. We could have had a bit of a better entry, a lower entry. I think the break of the previous hourly was ideal, but at this point, I had no confirmation of anything driving off this level, so we're risking missing it, right? Waiting for the break of the previous hourly. Sometimes there's a clear rejection there where I can actually set the level there, the break of the previous hour, but here I didn't have anything. The key here is to play this bottom wick, but at this point where we got an entry, we want a bottom wick plus about the fill of this wick to the next resistance. Right, we want the piece of the bottom wick and a wick fill. Five close bullish here. Yep. How often do you hit TP, full TP? 1% of the time. I don't typically hold for full TP. Right? Very rarely, like if I get a runner, I'll probably close 50 or 70 for full TP. I typically close 75% of my position, and then it's TP or a break even. Whenever I do that, sometimes I'll do that to leave the trade running overnight. But like you're talking about full TP, right? Not just like closing in profits. We want the flip before the 30 minutes up? Yes. We want a bullish 30. Next rejection is roughly here. It's about 9 pips. I'm gonna go break even once we get there. 32.32. About 4 more pips. Yeah, I think we could have had a better entry. Right, because it gave us a top wick now. I didn't close anything yet, chat. How did the 30 close? The 30 closed bearish, but it closed bearish respecting and no top wick here. Yeah, it'd be annoying if we range here. Or if it comes down to close in range. I'm not closing anything yet. There's minimal risk here, but if it closes in range here, then I'll look to close out for top wicks. For now, we still respected support. We closed above support, and we still don't have much of a top wick here on the hourly. We just kind of tapped that area. How much pips did you take? I took nothing. Need 1 minute. I mean, we come back down in range, we'll manage risk, right? Afterwards. I'm obviously not gonna sit here through the night, through drawdown all night. Yeah, we'll manage risk depending on closures. I think yesterday it actually came back to. It just took a while for it to come back. Came back to our B. It actually hit TP. I think it went like 20 pips in profit, but at the expense of sitting for the next 5-6 hours. Sorry, no risk management in the trade. No, I'm just not gonna close it out yet because we've kind of closed above, even though the 30 closed bearish, the 15 closed bullish, holding support, right? Once we start breaking back down into range, then I'll wait for a closure there and then a top wick. And I also understand the hourly doesn't really have a top wick. At some point, I think if we do come down, we'll have to come back up and re-break the highs. So I think we'll have a chance to manage risk, if that's how it plays out. But for now, this is where we are, you know, sitting in 6 pips of drawdown. Closed a little bit below, so the 5 might come down in range. Hold on a second, chat. Sorry, gang. My kid's crying. Woke up crying. Must have been that horror story. The 5 closed below here, so we might come down in range, but you see, it created a top wick, might come down. But I'm going to wait for the hourly closure, and that's what I'll act on. It's annoying. Last year we didn't have a second loss, I think, till like the last day of January. I gotta look it up last year. I'm not considering this a loss, but if we start closing below the range, I'll probably cut it short if it gets too late. If we start, I'll see what we start respecting. How, because we're gonna need an hourly closure. Then we're gonna need to see the opening of the next hourly, right? New York session, I'd probably hold longer. If next hourly opens with a bottom wick immediately before a top wick, I think I'll end up holding another hour. So it might drag on, but I doubt it. I think it will be cut short if we start closing below here, and if we don't, I'm gonna leave it open. But nothing has told me to manage risk yet. Besides that 5 closure below, but that's the 5, and I'm gonna look for the higher time frame here. 30 closed bearish above range, respecting support. That doesn't tell me anything. But the hourly will. If it starts to go close below 2018, that's a long way off. I'm thinking about the nearest range, and I really wanted this to run on this candle. I wanted a bottom wick and for it to run. And the idea, right, if it doesn't run here, then it could still do it, but it's kind of like outside of what I planned for. But if it still makes sense, right? If it's still holding support, I won't cut it off. But if it's like, if it breaks down here, we have a good chance for pineapples at 2026, because highly likely it'll definitely retest 2029 if it comes down there, right? That's where the market will need to retest. It comes back every single time for another resistance. So we'll have a chance to cut it at break even at that point. But the idea is not to sit here all the way through that. It's just, if we close, then I'll just wait for another setup. So you'll see, typically I'll have more losses on the Asian session throughout the year, but they're much smaller losses. And in New York, I'll have way less losses because the market's just run. But if I take a loss in New York throughout the year, they're typically much bigger losses, because if I take a L in New York, it's after a pineapple, it's after, you know, like, or after multiple pineapples, and it's seldom ever happens. See, previous 5 respected also. Don't know. Might get the other way. This is the lows we tapped when it tried to drive up, so it's gonna make steeper lows in order to actually come up higher. How far it'll be making those lows, I don't know. But I like this entry just like I liked yesterday's entry. I think we discussed this morning. Don was talking about how his last loss, I think on somewhere in August, he's like, damn, I would have taken that over again. I feel him on that. Like, yeah, I would take that over and over again with everything that we've had here. Just think, think we could have had a better entry. That I think we could have had another 5 pips. I think we should have. Should have waited till it tapped 2038. That's the only thing I can question myself on overall. But that doesn't mean I have to manage it differently now, right? If I had a worse entry, I still have to manage it the same way. I still have to wait for the closures. I still have to wait for the market to let me know if it's going to stay below, above, what we're going to do. I do declare. Declare what? What do you declare? Oh, 15 just closed. Yeah, 15 closed below too. At some point, I would expect some orders to be grabbed up top. Yeah, it tried to flip, but it didn't. It closed below. Kind of obligated to wait on the hour. Well, I mean, you're not obligated to do anything, but I'm going to wait on the hourly here and see how steep it closes, and I'm going to see how the next one opens. Close the trade. You can close it. That's fine. I mean, I'm going to manage it according to the way I've always managed it, which made me profitable. It just like, okay, what are you closing here based on? That you broke the previous candle low? Okay, if that's part of your strategy, but my strategy doesn't, involve the break of the previous candle low. Understanding that we have to come up and grab orders here. And how far are you taking the sells? You can sell here, right? But you can take the sells probably off of the highs that we've made on this candle, which means we'll still have to come up and break our entry, right? Get back to our entry at some point. You also have to understand, saying it will go down, will go up. I mean, for how long? On what time frame? What's the perspective there? What are you looking for? Right. As you close below here, if we grab the top wick first without having a bottom wick, I probably close on the top wick. But understanding that there's no top wick, I mean, where is it grabbing orders to drive from? Feel like it's creating a range. It's gonna have to retest the highs, you know what I mean? So if it hasn't grabbed those wicks, I don't know. I think we have some emotional traders in chat. I mean, won't be the first loss you take, right? You had a win and a loss yesterday, right? You had one yesterday. It's okay. You will survive. Still made it back, right? Add another layer of buy. I have no confirmation for that. Right now, we're printing below range. If we print back in range, then highly likely we're retesting 2026, right? So I can't take a buy here with. I understand at some point we got to make a top wick, but this might continue down and we make a top wick below 2026 up to, 2028. At which point I would rather be out on the hourly. But if the hourly drives through here, then I'll close it at a worse position than it is now. I just can't do it impulsively. I have to do it based on something. $80.21 is crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm not worried. I have see, how do you explain this? I just have the comfort level of, or I have the comfort, or how would I put this? Yeah, I have the comfort of knowing that this works, and that's what gives me confidence, right? So, and that my risk management works. A lot of times, there's been plenty of times where I've closed out on a break of the low with the candle just to come back up and close in range. So there's a big lesson to be learned waiting for your candles to close. But obviously there's indications on smaller time frames, but they haven't given me an exit to get out of the trade if it's going against us here. We haven't grabbed orders on a top wick here on any candle. Over leveraged, over emotional. I'm down 18 pips at the moment. Looks like a, maybe wrong because when you trade, but it looks like a fib and another fib. Yeah, it's a fib cubed, fib to the third power squared. I don't know. How can you see when he grabs orders? Well, we'll have a sharp drive up and we'll have a closure below, which means we're highly likely grabbing orders to continue the drive down. Because the thing is, yeah, you could say, yeah, you could have lost 6 pips or 8 pips instead of 20 pips, but based on what? It would have been on arbitrary levels, right? But when you get the hourly closure against you and it's back in range, then I can say, all right, the candle closed against me and it's back in range. The probability of the trade now goes down, not when it's driving down, but when it closes. You guys have been here long enough. You've been here for a year, well, most of you, for a year and a half. I don't think we need to be having the drawdown conversation. New York session today? No, I had no entries for New York session. My last entry was yesterday. Actually, my last trade was yesterday's Asian trade. My last trade was yesterday's 8-pip win and then the 9-pip loss. Been a rangy day? Yeah, but if we get this closure right now, I don't think it's going to range for much longer. Should see a top hook on the next hour. Yes, ideally. Be nice if this also closed with no bottom wick, but then again, if this closes below 2028.9 here, your top wick might not come up to where our entry is, right? Your top wick is coming up here to 2029.28 at as the most. Someone told me Wicks don't know how to drive. Well, Wick's been in drawdown for 2 days. But it's annoying. Doesn't feel natural to be in drawdown for 2 days. If we do get no bottom wick and the next candle drives down for a bottom wick, then I can look for entries probably at 2026. Then I'll look for a pineapple. If we get no top wick on the next candle and no bottom wick on this one, if it just continues to drive down. Never flipped here. Well, never came up, never gave us a top wick. Slight the joint. No, I'm gonna wait for this to close. We got 4 minutes for the hourly. I'm gonna wait the hourly, and I'm gonna make a decision on what I'm gonna do. A lot's gonna depend on how this hourly closes. If it's gonna pull back, if it's gonna drive further, where it closes. Why you not cut loss? I have to do it based on something, nothing arbitrary. And like I said, the closure is going to matter. If there's no bottom wick, I'm probably going to leave it open, wait for the next candle to actually either form a bottom wick or come up with a top wick. And still drive. Yeah, I know. I noticed that, Toby. The last 2 5-minute candles. That means there's volume, right? There's a lot of bearish momentum. Come back in range. Understanding here is that the majority of the time, this candle will come up and grab orders. And if it's not that candle, you'll see this. Wait, where can we go back to? For example, this is a range higher than ours. Or maybe we can even do that here, right? So typically you'll get this. See, there's no wick. This is very similar. No wick there. Typically, if it doesn't make a wick, it needs to grab orders for that eventual drive down. That's why my understanding is it'll have to come up and grab orders. It's done previously many times. It'll need to re-break those highs to gather itself and continue down. But if it doesn't, I mean, you know, we'll manage risk how we can, which will be on the top wick of the next hourly candle. Mirroring the market from December south. Yeah, we can. That's what I'm saying. It's all gonna depend on how we close. I just looked at it. The thing is, if it's New York session, then it's 8 to 10, and we have another, 3-4 hours of volume really till 11, till noon, till the 4-hour close. Over here, the volume dies down before London. So I'm not a big fan of sitting in it, and there's going to be less volume. 30 seconds here for the close. It's leaving a bottom wick. It's leaving range to come down. Seconds. Huh? Can we find a support? Nah. Close below, left some range. Close at this support here. Yeah, I have my position open still for now. I'm still expecting it to come up, grab orders. If we break the lows, I'm expecting for us to come up, we break the highs. It'd be great if it can break the lows first. If we can break the lows first and then start coming up, I'll be enjoying that much more. Approve Zoom. Zoom's been packed the last few days. I'm sorry, Zoom. I've been sitting in drawdown for 2 days. This candle has also not given me a chance yet to manage risk. FTMO just banned US customers like MFF last year. Watch for. Is that true? What was the drawdown trade? Yesterday we had a drawdown trade that we closed at -9. That's crazy. When did they do that? I didn't hear this all over the internet. That's something new. So what about all the people from the US that are trading there? That's so funny. Are they refunding people or are they just gonna let them stay? Oh, the 5 closed bullish with no top wick, huh? That's not a good indication. So now we need a support to form. It's going to be wild. If you can't form a support here where we just closed and establish some bullish candles, then we'll evaluate. Yeah, what if you're in the middle of a challenge? What I will say here though, chat, we're making a top wick now. So if we start re-breaking the lows, right, and breaking the previous candle, I'll probably close it. Because we're making a top wick, so I want this candle to close bullish, right? Support 2027. Yeah, I see a support there, but I think if we break the lows now after making this top wick, we're coming down to the bottom of the range. At which point I could save these pips and wait for an actual bullish closure in our direction, or close below here and then hop on, right? And that's what it's looking like because, right, the hourly's closed very bearish. So if I would want a 15 or 30 bullish closure at this level. Ideally a 30. Right, because with the bearish momentum, the hourly closure, the hourly gave a bottom wick. Now, if this forms this top wick and then, you know, it created a bottom wick. Now it's coming up making a top wick. If it re-breaks its own low that it already created, then, you know, then it just kind of, it makes no sense to stay in there. Yeah, if it does that on this candle, then, right, if it does that on this 15 candle, probably end up closing full around 28 pips. Yeah, like if we're to reject, I think this is where we would reject. You see this level across here, right? So it's gotta come up above here, 2029.5. A bullish closure, but below there wouldn't be good. We need it above there because then it's respecting that little resistance, and now that's where we'll stay. So let's see If it come up, or if it flips, and we'll close it, or if it breaks the lows, and we'll close it. Yeah, New York session, I'm probably waiting for the next 4 hour to make the top wick. $420 left here. Bottom wick on the 5. It's almost 420 somewhere. Yeah. You think support has been made? We'll know it once the 30 closes, not the 15. Why the 30? Because, okay, let's go back here. That's the 30 support where we're at. And the 15, holding it doesn't matter because the 15 support is lower. And I think if after we made this top wick and grabbed orders, it'll drive through the support to the next, higher time frame support, 2026. So if we know it's going to do that, I don't want to sit there for 20 to 30 extra pips of drawdown where I could just wait for it. And that's not to say that, right, that we can't break lows after that. We can definitely do that, but the first step is the 30 closing above here. above 2029.67. We don't have a top wick on that 15. It's not too great of an indication. This is tough. That previous 15 closed no top wick. Not much range. Let's see what the 30 says here. How long you been in drawdown? For exactly an hour. For like an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 15 minutes. This trade was taken at the beginning of the 10 p.m. candle. If we can close bullish on the 30, then if the next candle comes down, breaks the lows, I'll take a second entry on the flip, on a bullish flip. If we get the 30 close, but the chances of that have gone down because the 15 has closed with no top wick. So chance we drive down, break the lows. If it happens here now, then we'll close. I'll close on the break of the previous 30 lows. 5 held this area, so let's see. And still blaming him. It comes with the territory of live streaming. I'm okay with it. Comes with the territory. Yeah, we start breaking the lows here, then we'll close. It's gonna be a 28 pip loss if the 30 closes below there, or we break this before the 30 close. We'll see if we break the lows. If you get the thing is, if you get a weak 30 here, if it closes bullish but below 2029, I'm gonna expect the top wick on the next candle and to come down. So you want a strong bullish 30. If that doesn't happen, we're looking to close either on the top wick on the next candle or as we break the lows of the previous 30. Overtime today? Yeah, it's 2 days in a row stuck in drawdown. It's not my ideal way to spend the Asian session, but happens. Big shiesty. Why is it so much more entertaining being in drawdown after the first hour? I'm never entertained by drawdown. I'd rather not be in drawdown, but I account for it. I understand it happens, so I plan accordingly. I will plan for when I'm in drawdown. I will plan when I'm ahead. To be fair, gold has been weird this year. It hasn't been weird. It's just, I mean, we have to realize this is Asian session and what could happen. Nothing I would change about management here. Maybe just our entry. I think we could have had a better entry. But management wise, let's go for one bong. After the stream, after I call it a stream, I don't want to have positions open when I call it, right? I know it happens sometimes, and then I'll call it in the Discord. But I think we'll have our answer on the 30 close, whether we stay above or below. And if, like I said, if it starts driving down, breaking the previous 30 before the close, then I'm gonna probably close the position at, it'll be a minus 28 there. Because then the hourly flips and it's filling the wick down, filling the range. How much you're losing? I'm in drawdown right now for 2,400. Yeah, from the looks of the 30, it looks like it's gonna break. But 3 minutes here. Let's wait. I know it tests your patience, it tests your nervous system, believe me. The W in Wix behind you looks like it's That's what the fuck you're concentrating on? Entry, new entry, only if we have a strong bullish close on the 30 in 3 minutes. And then if we break the lows of the current hourly on the next 30 minute. And then flip back bullish. That's my pineapple. Until then, nothing. Your advantage point 1 hour flip, why not BE? Because it was 4 pips and I think we were supposed to fill the wick. It was the fill of the wick here, which was another 5 pips, right? It was the fill of that wick, which would have gave us 11 actually. $32.2 or $32.3. 80 wins out of 140 trades. 20 losses out of 140 trades. Yeah, I don't think the winning percentage is really what should matter, right? And you're like, what's more relevant is probably your losing percentage in this industry, like how often you lose versus how often you win. But it also should be taken into account that it's really not the win rate, it's the monetary gains that matter at the end of the day. Right? Because you could take a whole bunch of, cut your losses short, and then have some wins that more than make up. You could have one win make up more for all of your losses. And vice versa, right? It all depends on how you manage things. Major update. Due to USA being a dictatorship country, FTMO is not able to support USA customers any longer. Last year, I was able to get large payouts. Oh, I thought that was from them. I was like, what? They're not saying that. I, for a second, thought you were talking as them, as like that's what they said. Can we close above here? Can we close above 2029.4? Yeah. We closed above the 30, above 2029.4. So if we break the lows here, I'm still in. If ideally we want to break the lows and then a flip, because then we'll have more entries on a flip. And if it never flips, then I wait for the close of the next 30. Close bearish, but close bearish, respecting. I mentioned 2031.2 or 2032.2 is where I was going. Yeah, 32.2 is where I was going, BE. Eight pips, 9 pips. I just expected when we got this break of the previous hourly low and then we came up and flipped, I'm expecting a drive to at least fill the wick. That's why I didn't close at, that's why I didn't go break even at 4 pips in profit. Just depends. I don't like the fact that we broke the highs here first without creating a steep bottom wick. That I'm not a big fan of. Because the 15 closed bearish and the first thing we did was break the highs, right? This could be a top wick to drive down, of course. But then why didn't we grab orders above here, right? Just be ready for that, chat. I mean, you guys can manage risk if you want, but like we would need to grab orders there. What did that come out to? 9. That's why you didn't want to break the highs first, because if you break the lows first, think you're driving up to the top of the range. Five closed bullish above the most recent. 15's ugly. We come down back in range. Looks like it. There's a lot of time left on the 15. It looks like it'll do that. Yeah, strong liquidity grab. Five should trip. It's a nice wick on the hourly, right? If it flips, it's gone. Damn, the 5 said fuck off. Jeez. US getting burned? Yeah, by everyone. FTMO. Brokers. Yeah, I didn't hear about that FTMO until you just said something. Oh, I thought that was it for the 5. 15 flipped here, huh? 15 should fill the range. Let's see how this 5 closes. Yeah, 15 breaking its own low is no bueno, but a closure will mean a lot more. It's probably the top wick for the 5 here. Yeah, that's what makes sense. And it did this in the first minute, made that top wick. It would make sense to break that in the 15 low. Fucking tired. I was nodding off chat. I'm sitting here almost nodded off. Like, oh, shit. It's tried a couple of times now to break those highs. Yeah, that would have been funny if... It's midnight for me, chat. Midnight. I spent 5 hours in the morning on the stream, and now I'm here for 4 hours. Almost 5. This is really tough, because honestly in the last minute here it can flip and drive, and obviously we don't want that, but it's made that attempt to break back up in range a couple of times here. And 1 minute, 90 seconds is a lot when it comes to the 15 and wicks like this and rejections like this. Man's gonna pass out. $50 seconds here. We need this 15 to stay bullish. We want a bullish closure, but we want a rebreak of the lows off the rip on the next candle, not a top wick, not a drive up. We still want to see more drawdown based on the way it's closing here on the 15. See, the way it's printing, it doesn't give us a chance to enter with pineapples. It doesn't set up for another opening. It would have been great to have some pineapples here, right? You're breaking, but it's not set up. This 15 never gave a top wick, so we couldn't do that. Whole bunch of bullish closures, but failing to drive up, failing to close above. I mean, the 15 closed above, the 30 closed above, but now we've made a top wick without ever driving up past 2030. So maybe we're gonna maintain that as resistance. Tried. Sell because it has retested support. You mean retested resistance? Support turned resistance? Yeah, it retested, but like, then why did we have a 30 close bullish above the range here? And then when the 15 had a chance to drive, it flipped and didn't drive and came up and also closed bullish above the range. Don't get me wrong, yeah, the hourly flips and breaks its own low, we're gonna call it. But then why did all the other time frames hold? Kind of obligated. We're still stuck here. We can't manage until we get either a flip and a drive down or a bearish closure below. Hold on a second, chat. $23 looks fire. No. 23 held resistance. Fuck the 23 right now. Fuck that goddamn 23 right now. This looks ugly. I feel sorry for those buying. I don't. I feel bad for those over risking. But this is another lesson, right? Spending, especially if you're new, spending times in positions and drawdown. Like, you need to go through this in order to, you know, find some sort of comfort level in drawdown and you know, in general, in positions running and being in positions for a while. You have to stop overthinking. Yeah, a lot of times you just need to get out of your own way. It's all parameters, right? You set parameters and then you wait for them to either be hit, broken, activated, you know, it's got to be based on something logical, not just you feel it's going to go down or up. Trading really just the hardest way to make it. I mean, you'll have these nights, but then you'll have nights where we take a position with no drawdown and run straight for 40. Like, it's in your best interest to experience all these things as much as possible. You'll find certain comfort levels throughout the trade that you'll apply in your next trades, and see, oh, I'm comfortable here, oh, I'm not comfortable here, you know. Ugly parts that I'm seeing? Well, the 5 closure was ugly. Because it held, but that's just a 5. We're looking for the higher time frames here. Hourly is a key closure, right? You want the hourly above here as well, above 2038.4. Long day of staring at red and blue rectangles, yeah. It's true. Red and blue, red and green. Think it has to have 2018 before the flip? Yeah, and if that's the case, if we start breaking down, we'll close. At this moment, we have 6 minutes for the hourly close. Let's be patient. Let's see what it does. See, remember that I said the 5 is ugly because the 5 closed bearish and it respected resistance, so at any moment we can make a top wick start driving down. Kind of weird that it did that at the end of the 5. Because it made the top wick pretty early. Last 5 of this hourly. And if we close like this, I'm gonna expect to tap 2028 before we drive, so expect more drawdown if we are to start driving up quickly or strong. Like, look at this bottom wick previously here. See that bottom wick? So that came down roughly these areas. So expect a chance that we break the lows of this current hourly. But if we do that, then we want to do that with no top wick here at the beginning of the next hour. That's ugly. See, the 5 closed ugly. 2 straight candles closed respecting resistance on the 5. Steep top wicks. So the hourly closure is going to be key. How low or how high it closes. Yeah, we've been here for a long time. Three minutes here on the hourly. A closure like we are right now, you want to see this on the next candle. We must close bullish here on the 30. This 30's got to close bullish. You cannot close bear. Because that 30 closing bearish would close the hourly below 2029.426. And then we're respecting resistance. So 2 minutes here. Minute 50. Might happen. Four-hour candle about to close? No, not yet. 4-hour candle closes in an hour. An hour from now. Alright, closing above the hourly level. Expect a steep bottom wick here off the rip. If we break the highs though with no bottom wick here, highly likely that I might look to close. And we did get a bearish 15, but The bearish 15 closed respecting this area, the most recent. And the overall. Really broke the highs. 5 back in range. Yeah, I'm still in here for now. I gotta wait for this to close. I gotta see how we close. Kind of 5 level here. Is it raining outside? Hold on a second, chat. Oh shit. I just barely opened the door and got soaked. Yeah, alright, so the 5 closed kind of respecting that area. The problem is, yeah, we're making a top wick here. For this 5. Yeah, I don't like that top wick for the 5. Alright, looks like it should come back down in range here. is it closing? Rebreak of the lows. Are we staying below here? I'm gonna wait for this 5, and if it comes down and closes, yeah, if we close below 29.59 on the 5, then I'll call it. And the reason I'm waiting for the 5 is because I want to know if it's going to hold this resistance that it's been holding all these candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 candles have stayed above there. 6 candles have closed above there. Now if we're going to start driving back in range, and we already have a top wick now on the hourly, there's a chance we come down and break the hourly low here. And fucking volume song. Wrong way, volume song. Wrong direction. Yeah, I'm almost nodded off like 3 times. I don't understand why we didn't grab orders up here, but oh well. Less than a minute. We didn't close below there, Chad. It respected that level again. So I'm gonna wait on the next 5. Just pulled up in the last second. Oh, damn. That was a strong pop. And when that happens, it typically comes down strong, strong, strong. Yeah, chat, I'm going to close it right here. At 19 pips. This is ugly. Sorry, they came out more than 19 pips. They came out to 21 pips. I closed my position here. My understanding is it might still flip bullish, but when you get such a push on a re-break of the lows, it fills the range, right? It might be an order grab. It might be grabbing orders to come up bullish, but when it does that after making a top wick, you'll typically get a strong, when you get a push like that and then it rejects and then it re-breaks the low, you'll get a strong push. And that's what it's doing. It bounced strongly, came up. I told you it was a sell. Y'all think I'm hating? No, it could have been a buy if we bought right here, right? It doesn't. If we bought at 2029, it could have been a buy. And this could still flip bullish, but I closed at minus 21. Damn, that's 30 pips in 2 days, chat. Know what that means? It's the first time we lost 2 in a row in about a year. Like half a year. But I'm not disappointed. Like, yeah, obviously you want the proper outcome, but I'm not disappointed because I've managed it to. Next win is 90. I mean, we've had plenty of 90 pluses, but I've managed it to the extent that I could, right? We gave it a chance to find a support. It found a support. We gave it a chance to drive up and break it. And then we gave it a chance also to close once it didn't break. And it did everything except at the very end, it broke down, didn't close in our favor. Not to say it can't come up. It can still come up, but just we're in low volume time. It's midnight. It's going to need a 4-hour close, and then London will start. And then maybe for London it comes up and grabs a top wick, but I just won't be here to manage it. I'm dozing off. So in my understanding, we're better off closing, saving ourselves 38, 40, 41 pips here, right? And when it gets out of this range, we'll attempt another position. We tried. Everything and anything can happen here on the charts. Yeah, imagine it was somebody's first week with me. Imagine it's like the last 2 days is their first 2 days. I was telling Don like the day he took the 150, whatever, the big loss that he had, the last big loss, yeah. I was like, imagine it was somebody's first day. And he's like, yeah, that's wild. That would be tough. But it happens. I honestly, I'm not upset with the position. I would take this position over and over. Like I said before, I think we could have had a better entry, but overall, I would take this position over and over, expecting it to run at least a flip and drive. And I managed it at the best I could. So on to the next one. I'll be here tomorrow. Chat, probably gonna get some extra sleep. I'll be here in the morning with Don, as always. That's the homie. I'm always there to support. And make sure you drop a like, sub to the channel before you dip. And I'm gonna be back tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern. Oh, it's my dad's birthday. I'll try to come back in time for the stream. We'll run it as long as we can, and that'll be it. I think it might be a short stream tomorrow. Okay, as long as we're out of range. If we're in a range, then yeah, we'll call it. I'm sorry, this can be removed. Loss number 22. Let me add that before people go wild. Happy birthday to your dad. Yeah, I appreciate it. Intake yesterday straight, we had two. We had an 8 pip win and a 9 pip loss. But the 9 pip loss happened second, so technically that was our last trade, and now we got this also. That's 2 in a row. We've never lost 3 in a row. Ever. Gang. That's it for me. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for coming through. And if it's your first 2 days with us, we'll see better days. I hope you feel me. It sucks, but it's only the beginning of the year. Only the beginning of the year. Nothing changes. The ride continues. I'll see you guys tomorrow 8 a.m. And if you're not on 8 a.m., I'll see you guys at 8 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you don't miss Karen, Yanez, and Huss and Elvis in between then. I'm not going to list everybody's time because honestly I don't even remember what's everybody's time. And I'll see you then. Chat, have a good night. I'm going to go get knocked out. I'm actually going to go smoke a joint. I'll get knocked out. Don't get disappointed. Fairly small losses in relation to what we do in overall. All right, we'll get back on track. I'll see you guys. We'll get back on track. That's the worst saying ever. Don't worry, we'll get back on track. No, we'll we're not off track. We're on track. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm tired for this shit. Can somebody read me a good night horror story? All right, chat. Love and wisdom to you all. Thank you to the mods for helping me run this Zoom. Thank you. Thank you for staying late. Whoever showed up and stayed late, you guys are some real ones. I really appreciate that. It means a lot, even when we sit through drawdown. I really like more questions in drawdown, but I appreciate it when we actually sit here as a community and get value out of every position. Drawdown, TP, break even, whatever it is. That's the goal, to provide value. Outside of that, chat, that's our session. And just like that, another Asian session is in the books. Later, Frank. Later, Tom. Later, Caleb.